morning. This presentation is about the Good Governance initiative that OW2 is launching today at OW2online. At OW2, an initiative is a joint effort by members and non-members to address a market need. The need we're addressing here is that of large end users to implement open source governance policies. And the whole session this morning at OW2online is in fact an outcome of this Good Governance initiative, and most of the speakers today are participants in the initiative. So what I want to do today is look at the context that managers in charge of implementing good governance policies are confronted to. So we will look at what is the state of the open source industry they are looking at, and what are the key challenges, and then we will identify the main trends and priorities of the Good Governance initiative. So the general consensus is that open source has won, not so much at the level of the operating systems, but throughout the whole information system. And that's what we at OW2 we call full stack open source. So that means there is open source everywhere, but that doesn't mean that open source is the same everywhere. And in fact, the open source supply we're confronted to comes from 4 different models that have emerged over the last 30 years. The first model is that of the community open source or the free open source. That's the model by developers and for developers that has given us some of the best and the most popular open source components. For instance, the internet would not run without open source software developed by these communities. The second model is that of the commercial open source. So free software in the 80s, started in the 80s, and in the middle of the 90s became commercial open source. And commercial open source is carried by companies, by software vendors that leverage the open source business model to compete against proprietary software vendors. So these have changed the shape of the software industry. And then towards the 2010, with cloud computing and everything being interconnected and all innovations being dependent on other innovations out there, something else happened, that large companies whose name would never be identified with open source software started to open source their own technologies. And they started to team up together to invent new technologies. And this is the whole cloud computing wave literally was fueled by collaborative efforts by large companies leveraging the benefits of open source as a vehicle for collaborative innovation. And that's what I call open source by committees, where trends and decisions are made completely collectively. The next level happened like a year or a couple of years ago, with big money coming into open source software. Open source being recognized as part of the industry, traditional board members representing pension funds and people you would not suspect to be open source activists have authorized the managers to invest billions of dollars in open source companies. It's not so much Microsoft acquiring GitHub or IBM acquiring Red Hat, but also investments in startups and valuations of open source companies beyond the $1 or $2 billion thresholds. Today, we have in fact 4 models at play concurrently. So as a manager in charge of implementing an open source governance policy or organization, it's important to understand that there is not just one open source, which is the community open source by and for developers, but that we also have open source provided by the big companies and also open source provided by commercial software vendors that use this open source business model. And that's something that is it's a heterogeneity that has to be taken into consideration. So I would say this is the state of open source supply. I mean, the high-level vision of open source supply. And today, this open source context is confronted to what I would call crucial challenges. And I identify 10 of those. So the first challenge is, of course, about reusing open source components and knowing what is in the component that we reuse. So controlling the software that you reuse in terms of its security, in terms of its license, or in terms of functionally that it doesn't break the rest of the software development cycle. This is something very important, and there are tools for that. The next challenge is that posed by software as a service. The software as a service model takes away control from the code to the service, and where in-house teams used to control the code, they have to hand over the control of their applications to service providers. And where SaaS and cloud computing takes control away from the cloud to the services, the next challenge is that posed by artificial intelligence that takes away control from the program to the data. Artificial intelligence is fueled by data, and the center of gravity is shifted from the program to the data, and programming becomes, in a way, secondary. The next challenge is that posed by IoT and the fragmentation of open source software. We're out of our comfort zone of middleware and operating systems, and now we're seeing open source into segments that are very fragmented, into very business specific applications, or into very hardware specific specifications, and that fragmentation limits the possibilities for mutualization, which is the basis for open source software. Next, there's what I call deviation. Those deviations come from the opportunistic use of open source software to create foundations in order not so much to do open source software, but actually to create technologies that would work together and would take prevalence market positions. So these are not really open source organizations. These are really technology and business organizations made for grabbing market shares. And now there is another deviation from the in the open source software, which comes from a new interpretation of open source licenses, saying that current open source licenses are obsolete, and that now we need to get to the stage where we need licenses that control exactly what we do with the software, and that is something that I feel is beyond the scope of what open source is about. Next, there is that of the free riders. So you know the tragedy of the commons. Exaggerate use by consumers or users of free resources leads to the ruin of these resources. Now, I would look at this from the standpoint of our ecosystem, and I would say that consumers who don't give back to the communities tend to ruin the supply of open source software. So the idea, the whole point here is that of having a sustainable ecosystem, and it comes from not being a free rider. Next is related to the shape of the structure of the industry. Well, open source software is an avatar of the proprietary software industry, and the proprietary software industry being dominated by the North American industry, open source software is also kind of driven by North American interest. Next, also we have to pay attention to is that of thinking that open source has won and that everything is going to be open source. No. Open source only represents 15% of the whole software and service industry. It may be a question of monetization and measuring the value, but the thing remains that the center of gravity of the whole IT industry is not in open source, and that has to be taken into consideration as well. And talking about the industry, you have to understand also the structure of this industry. There are many companies, large companies, small companies. It's an imbrication of ecosystems. And what's important here is to understand that some companies are keystone players with their hands in many ecosystems, and that other companies may be niche players, very important, but belonging to only one ecosystem. That helps understand who we are dealing with and help understand how we engage with our ecosystems. And the last one is the trend, next challenge is the trend to outsource IT operations. Outsourcing tends to take away control and culture from the company development teams to the IT service provider or the IT outsourcing service provider. And the thing is, governance policy has something very cultural in it, and it's difficult to have a governance policy, a full-fledged governance policy, when most of the IT is being outsourced. So having said that, and looking at this context, and from the standpoint of OW2, our position in the European ecosystem and our members, we realized that there was something we could do. There was something you could do because open source is there. There is a question of maturity. You grow with open source, you learn to use it, and controlling or defining this learning curve is something that matters. And from our perspective at W2, we wrote about a year ago that we felt it was important to look after our European ecosystem, and that contributing back would be, on behalf of the large end users, a good thing to do. So we've had discussions over a year and a half, and these discussions led to identify three key needs or key drivers. So the first one was that there was a need for among large end users to raise their collective level of expertise in reusing and using open source software. And that many of these were isolated in different countries, and that having a way to share this expertise would be a very useful thing to do. The second need identified was for an accessible organization. The thing was that most of our participants were saying that large organizations, dominant organizations, are not easy to do business with, and that they needed an organization that resembled them. And the third results of this, there was a need to have something that is EU-centric, Euro-centered. So for these reasons, we felt that OW2 could be the neutral ground where we could develop this initiative and where we could host these discussions and help grow the collective level of expertise in using open source among large European companies. Because we are European organizations, we're European DNA, we have the experience, being funded in 2007, and we also have a global reach and a diversified code base that would be the proper backdrop for these discussions. The next thing to do is to identify what was out there. There was no way we would reinvent the wheel, and the whole point was to leverage what already existed. But we realized that what already existed was in fact centered on providing tools, the tooling level. And we felt that in our open source initiative, tooling was only one of the different layers that we would look at. So we are very happy to engage with all the initiatives that exist, and especially this morning in the presentations, we have presentations about the open tool chain, open chain from Linux Foundation and the tools by the Eclipse Foundation. So we are happy to cooperate, but we want also to go a little bit beyond. And going beyond would mean for us to leverage this kind of a model that we borrow from a psychologist called Maslow, that identified a pyramid, a hierarchy of needs. And this hierarchy of needs identify 5 levels. The basic needs for, just survival, living, eating, and being alive. The next level is the need for doing this securely, so the security needs. The third level is that of being in society, of belonging to a society and engaging with other people. The next level is about being recognized. so it's having some recognition for what we do. And the fifth level is that of pure nirvana, is the whole fulfillment. So we are borrowing from this hierarchy to identify the different levels, the different maturity levels in terms of open source governance policies. So the first level that we need to have is that of using open source. And using open source means technically using it, having a certain code base of open source software, having people able to use this open source software. So first of all, that's the first layer is that exists. And often this layer is being developed in a way that is a bit uncontrolled. So take back control on this is the first thing to do. The second layer is that of using open source with securely. And that is using the tools, and that's all the tools that we are looking at today, to manage security, to manage license compliance, or to manage dependencies, so as to not to break the not to damage functionally the software that is being developed. Now, the next level is that of belonging. And there we see that in terms of identifying where we are by comparison to similar companies, and identifying what is the state of the art in open source governance, and developing this culture and sharing best practices and implementing them. So that's something that the Good Governance Initiative would really make, where the Good Governance Initiative would like to make a difference. Then the next step, where we would be a little bit activist at OW2, is to make sure that those participants engage with the ecosystem and participate, develop their own visibility, and help create and enhance the level and the market power of the European ecosystem. And the fifth level, that of fulfillment, would be that of having open source fully recognized as a strategic asset by companies and fully contributing to the competitiveness and profitability of the companies. So with that, this is the framework for the Good Governance Initiative that we are organizing. We're launching it. We're leveraging the concept of Open Source Program Office, OSPO, that captures what, I mean, it's a good context for developing governance policies. And the priorities that we have identified was, first of all, to help grow this OSPO concept or organizations within our participants. The next one is to address developers, to make sure that we have responsible developers, and we're developing a training syllabus for that, training syllabus that will also be useful for open source governance managers. The next priority is to identify and create a set of resources for managing compliance and sourcing. And this is what really the session today is about, identifying all the resources for implementing governance policies. And the next priority is really to engage with the European Commission, so that together with OW2, the European Commission, and the large end users, we engage with the EU open source ecosystem to make sure that we have a virtual environment that is sustainable and provides good and secure and reliable open source software. So that's what the Good Governance Initiative is about, and we will be developing our activities throughout the next few years. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Michael Jäger from Siemens. Michael is one of the maintainers for Linux Foundation's FOSSology and Eclipse Foundation's SW360 projects. In his talk, he explained how both projects can be combined for an efficient license compliance solution.
My name is Michael Jäger, and I would like to talk to you a little bit about FOSSology and SW360, two open source tools in the area of license compliance. We have the motto open source license compliance by open source software, so both software projects are actually open source projects. Let's start with FOSSology first. FOSSology is a tool which finds license statements. This sounds actually very trivial, but it actually means a lot. If you have an upload where no license statements are contained, FOSSology will not find anything. So you need to make sure that this package which you analyze with FOSSology actually contains license statements. Also, it doesn't look for source code. If you have source code only, FOSSology will not find anything. If you look for source code, the sense is to look on the origin of the found source code, and you need to have a database of already published source code. FOSSology doesn't have that. It just scans for licensing statements in order to analyze the package situation. Why would you need to look for license statement in a package anyway? Because many open source projects declare their licensing on their homepage. Actually, if you look inside packages, for example Apache Thrift, and you use FOSSology, you will find many different licensing. And that's natural, because open source software is comprised of other open source software, or open source software is comprised of contributions by different parties, and maybe they have used different licensing. Also, if you look, for example, at the very famous open source project, the Linux kernel project, you will find, depending on how you count it, up to 30 distinctive licensing statements. FOSSology is in fact a quite old project. It was published by Hewlett-Packard in the year 2008, and it was licensed under the GPL 2.0 from that on. Today it's still available under the GPL 2.0. At the time when Hewlett-Packard was publishing it, they were scanning the Linux distros they have used for their printers, scanners, and so on. And they found that it would make sense actually to store already scanned files, because from distro to distro, for product to product, actually only a fraction of the files was different. So you could save time and efforts when you store files where you have already scanned the licensing inside. So they came up with a server software which was usable by different persons working on different products, and published it as an open source project. In 2015, the project has been transferred to the Linux Foundation, and since then it's a Linux Foundation collaborative project. Today, FOSSology is a server software which allows for multiple users analyzing files in a multi-tenant way. The working with FOSSology is quite simple. First, you upload a package. Agents of the FOSSology server software will unpack the uploaded package, look by different criteria, for example, licensing statement, copyright statements, maybe also trade compliance. When the scanning has been completed, then the user can review the findings and actually sort out false positives. And if that review check has been finished, then you can generate reporting, for example, a Word-based report, text files, or reports in the SPDX format. There are a lot of licensing scanner out there, but the main point with FOSSology is it's specialized for review. And after some years of reviewing open source licensing and uploads, it was found that a hierarchical view aggregating license findings is actually very important to sort out and quickly navigate to important licensing. Also, FOSSology is optimized for looking into licensing found in individual files with powerful highlighting of license relevant statements and also keywords, and showing at the same time which licensing is actually referring to which found keyword or text phrase. And if you look at how FOSSology works, you will find out that it is much about conclusions. It's about that you scan a file, that you review what the scanner has been found, and then you conclude the licensing for a file. What sounds cumbersome is actually also the thinking of the SPDX standards, because also the SPDX standard distinguishes between licensing which has been identified in a file and a conclusion an expert was actually deriving from the findings. It depends on the domain how much a conclusion is actually different from what the scanner has identified. Depending on the domain, it can be up to 30% of the identified license statements, where an expert has concluded a more precise definition of licensing, has concluded maybe a different license, and so on and so on. And of course, with FOSSology, you can still automate if you wish to prefer or maybe pre-check the found licensing without having an expert looking at individual files. You have the REST API, but you have also another project which is called FOSSDriver, which is a Python library to remote control your FOSSology. And you have command line tools that are available after you have installed FOSSology. The REST API, by the way, is very easy to use. In the UI, where you actually administer the settings of a user, every user can go into this part of the UI and generate a token. And this token can be used to authenticate against the REST API. The REST API usage is also very straightforward. First, you prepare maybe. You can create folders. You can look at what's inside of the folders. You can try to find your folder that you would like to use. Then you schedule scan jobs, depending on your choice, only for licensing and copyright statements, and so on. Then you observe how long actually the scan job takes. It's a long-running thing, so it's not really that you have a request and then you get the response back. And after the scan jobs have been finished, you can download different reportings. There are more FOSSology projects. For example, you have Atarashi, which is a novel license scanner only. It's not really a UI project, it's a command line scanner. And we would like to build a new scanner module with Atarashi, which is based on information retrieval metrics. The old way of finding licenses is by text comparison or maybe using regular expressions or keywords. But we found that also a new technology can be helpful, which was derived from information retrieval, working on text statistics. Another open source project is about FOSSology slides. So FOSSology slides is a one-day course which has been published to the public on GitHub, where every party can actually take the slides and give their own trainings about FOSSology. And another project that you will find in the FOSSology group on GitHub is FOSSology ML, which is just an experiment how useful machine learning would be for license identification. If you like FOSSology, check out FOSSology.org or check out the GitHub pages, and maybe you would like to also start this project. If you like FOSSology even more and maybe use it, consider also to put your organization logo on the FOSSology homepage, because it helps to actually support the credibility of FOSSology, which is very important for a license scan tool. So far for FOSSology. I hope you have questions. Feel free to contact me. And now I would like to switch over to SW360. SW360, an open source component hub, came from the idea that in a larger organization, you have multiple systems which deal actually with software components. You maybe have license scanners, you have an artifact repository, maybe you have already some project bill of material management, maybe you do some code quality checking, maybe you do source code scanning. All these different software or servers or applications are actually dealing with software components. And in an organization, you would like to integrate these different systems. And when you integrate them, you're writing adapters. And the likely problem that's actually happening is that mapping of software component naming will be necessary. So mapping of software component naming comes from the fact that different systems are actually using different ways of naming components. Some use maybe packaging URLs, some use vendor component version, some are calling vendors differently, some are calling components differently. So there can be very individual ways of how to express a component name, and for every connection between two systems, you might come up with an individual mapping, which is bad because it may cause a lot of effort. The basic idea of software SW360 is for large organization to serve as a component catalog, as we say, a phone book for components, where all software components which are in the organization and are referenced by different other systems can be centrally stored as a hub. And mapping can be done centrally there, and you don't have this need to build mappings between each individual system, between individual systems. And that's actually also very important, because Software 360 is not a component catalog of the most popular components or the most important 10,000 components and so on. It's rather a catalog of components which are in use in your organization. That's a different thing. Other Other solutions can do this catalog of the most important 10,000 components better than SW360. SW360 is truly for the components that are in use inside your organization. And when you have a catalog of components, it's very natural that you get to the next step. Imagine that you have different projects or products in your organization. You would like actually to create bill of materials for your products or projects. And from the component catalogs, you can actually map usage to your products and projects. So you can manage the bill of materials for them. And that actually enables a lot of other use cases. For example, not only for open source licensing to create license documentation for a product, but also you could track vulnerabilities, you could maybe care for trade compliance, you could maybe find out about the use of commercial software inside your products, and so on and so on. That's the basic idea of SW360. It focuses on the components which are inside your organization, and based on that, it maintains bill of materials for your projects and products. And with a bill of material, you can run all the use cases which you would like to have when you distribute your products. SW360 is also very open. Not only it has a REST API, but it uses the SPDX files for example, importing licensing information to generate the license documentation for a product. And by using SPDX, it's actually very independent from FOSSology. If you have another license scanner or other compliance tools which generate SPDX, it's no problem for SW360 because it's just relying on the SPDX file. And also recently, as it was added to SW360 that you can also upload the bill of material of in SPDX. And SW360 is not alone. As a companion to SW360, there is Antenna, also an Eclipse project. And SW360 Antenna is not an application that runs on its own. It's rather a collection of command line tools or modules, for example, for Maven-based build projects, which are helping you to generate the bill of material and use the REST API in SW360 to transfer the determined bill of material. At the same time, for example, in the Eclipse ecosystem, there is Steady. Steady is a new project in the Eclipse Foundation, which takes the bill of material and can maintain vulnerabilities, and also even more, can, for example, find malicious code in your software project. And if you look into the Eclipse Foundation, there is also a great framework for IP due diligence when you are in the role of publishing a new project as a project of the Eclipse Foundation. There is an office and there are processes defined which give you guidance and also support to be license compliant and deliver with your Eclipse project's license compliant software. So that was it for SW360 and before that FOSSology. I hope that this introduction was a help to you, and please feel free to contact me in case you have questions.
Our next speaker, Boris Baldassari, Castalia Solution. Boris is an expert in software development methods and tools. In his talk, he looks at different models and metrics related to open source compliance and governance. He builds upon them to propose methods and tools for their evaluations and analysis.
Hello, good people. Thank you for joining this talk about ideas, methods, and tools for open source software good governance assessment. Since this situation is quite new for most of us, I'm going to introduce myself quickly. So my name is Boris Baldassari. I live in Dijon, in France, where this talk is recorded. I work as a software engineering consultant for Castalia Solutions, and I've been working in the field of software development methods and tools for more than 15 years now. I had the opportunity to work on several software quality and maturity assessment projects, including the PolarSys Maturity Assessment Initiative for the Eclipse Foundation 5 years ago, and also a couple of research projects like Mescal or CrossMiner. In this presentation, we will discuss good governance for open source software projects, and what it means in our context, from OSS core principles to community and process. From there, we will define a set of quality attributes corresponding to the various principles of good governance, and we will organize these quality attributes into a quality model. Then we will propose an implementation of this quality model that goes from the quality attributes to the metrics that we use to assess it. And then we will conclude and give a couple of references. As an introduction, we need to set the goals of this talk. Our main goal is simply to nurture discussions on the topic, provide a couple of references. But more than that, we want to be practical. We want to propose a consistent semantic framework as a starting point for a proof of concept. We will propose simple yet effective measurements and a way to really implement them, but that needs to be improved and extended, of course. In order to achieve this, we are looking for practical solutions, even if the scope is not complete, even if we know that the measurements we do are not the best, but we want to simply start something and then improve it. In order to do that, we will also rely on existing technologies and tools that will enable us to start an immediate implementation. Our first step on this journey is to try to define what good governance is for us in this context. A good first step for a good governance definition is probably to have a look at the OSS core principles, because they are a foundation for all the OSS projects and the communities that surrounds them. The three key factors that we have identified for that in our context is, firstly, openness and transparency. Of course, the project must have all the key tools and processes publicly available. They must be also documented, easily accessible. The second key factor is ethics. At the core of the open source community, there are a set of guidelines and rules. Things like a code of conduct or the presence of an escalation procedure, which allows people to easily report toxic behavior. Things like diversity and inclusion initiatives, both at events and in the day-to-day life of the project, are factors too. Finally, a good practice of open source software project is to provide the documentation to help people adopt the product and project. Documents like a user guide, README getting started, or development guidelines like contributing file. Another major area of OSS good governance is the community, of course, because it really is what will make the project successful and sustainable. We define three major characteristics for the community of open source projects. Firstly, the diversity. We need people from different backgrounds and companies. If some company or some individual want to pull off the project, then we need the project to still be able to have commits, pull requests accepted, bugs corrected, and so on. So this really increases the sustainability of the project. And it's also a founding principle of open source software that says given enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow. So that really also increases the reliability of the product. Another characteristic is the activity. We need activity because activity means that there will be more bug fixes, more evolution, more new features put into the product. Another characteristic we want to measure is the support, our responsiveness of the community regarding answers to posts and bugs, and the time to resolve feature requests, bug fixes, and so on. It's a defining criterion for participation and engagement, and it's also a defining criterion simply for the adoption of the products, the community growth, and the sustainability of the project. Now let's have a look at the processes of good governance, which is the politics and how decisions are made to drive the project to its success or failure. We want to identify three key areas regarding processes. The first one is about IP cleanliness. That's very important to our users, especially the corporate users. We want to have license checks, third-party dependencies checks, IP cleaning procedures like individual contributor agreements, and things like that. Secondly, how decisions are made in the project. This one is a bit tough because how can we tell if the process is democratic? Is it a good thing? It can be either meritocratic or it can be a benevolent dictator model. So we want to know how decisions are made, and we want to make sure that the decision-making process is transparent. Last but not least, it's about engagement, which is how we enable people to collaborate and participate in the project. This is a two-way relationship. We need to let the people in and make decisions for the project, and we also need to listen to their requests. Although there are many quality models and initiatives about product quality or process quality in the literature, not so many of them target the good governance. We have identified two groups working on this very topic. The first one, of course, is the OW2 Good Governance Working Group, which is a quite new but very active initiative to develop and promote the usage and sharing of free and open source software governance best practices. The second one is the Linux Foundation Chaos Working Group. It's an older, more mature, and very active community working on community health metrics. They have several working groups, including common metrics, diversity and inclusion, evolution, risk, and value. As of today, the debate and reflection within these groups proves to be really interesting. But the results can hardly be put at work, mainly because most metrics actually need a human assessment, judgment of things. Now that we have defined our measurement goals, we need to organize the quality attributes in a quality model and link them to our metrics. Why do we want a quality model? Well, there are several benefits to using a quality model. Firstly, it provides a common semantic framework so people can discuss it and improve on it. Secondly, it almost instantly provides direct key indicators to the user, and if someone wants to drill in some specific details, they can easily do so. Finally, it's a good way to put the model at work. By linking the quality attributes to the metrics, we can apply this assessment to a real-life software project and aggregate the measures and populate the model. It must be noted, however, that a quality model needs to be thoroughly documented from quality attributes to metrics. The goal here is to provide a semantic foundation to all users to start elaborating on the concepts and the measures and the quality attributes. Regarding the OSS core principles, what we essentially want to do is to make sure that we can easily get the information and then actually retrieve the information, which means that it is publicly available. So for the openness and transparency, we want to make sure that we have access to the tools needed to collaborate with the project. Tools like configuration management, tracking system, continuous integration, mailing lists. We also want to make sure that the various documents related to ethics and collaboration are available, things like code of conduct, escalation procedure, README, license, contributing guide, and so on. The community of an open source software project is a better known quantity, since we have a lot of metrics and tools available to extract these metrics. Tools like Grimoire Lab or Alembic, as an example. Regarding diversity, we have the number of actors involved on the various tools for the projects. Regarding the activity, we have the amount of contributions made on a specific period of time, say 3 months. And regarding the support, the number of interaction and responsiveness, time to answer on the mailing lists or bugs and so on can be used as well. The process part of the quality model, as expected, is a bit harder to assess and measure. We can check the IP cleanliness with tools like ScanCode, Dependency Checker, FOSSology, or we can even use commercial tools like Palavida for that, and then we would reuse the results and incorporate them in the quality model, in the aggregation. The decision making and engagement characteristics are the real tough guys here. As a first shot, we can try to see if the governance model is documented and if it's accessible. We can also check if the minutes of the meetings and committees are publicly available. For the engagement and participation of the community, we can analyze the repartition of activity and use various statistic tools to see how well the activity, the contributions are spread among the contributors. This quality model has actually been implemented in Alembic. On this picture we can see from left to right the main quality attributes, which is the project good governance maturity, subdivided into 3 main categories: OSS core, community, process. Each of these categories is then subdivided into our quality attributes: information, openness, ethics, collaboration, activity, diversity, support, intellectual property management, decisions, and engagement. Then for each of these quality attributes, we have a set of metrics that will be aggregated from the roots to the top to build up the quality model. Alembic is an open source data management platform for software development projects. For each project, we will define a set of plugins that will target the various areas and tools of the project we want to follow. For each of these tools, Alembic will create a bunch of metrics that then will be used to populate this quality model. Alembic also provides analysis and reports about the various areas and tools that it analyzes. The first draft of what a good governance report could look like is shown here. We can have a list of checks that are done on the various tools. We have a link to the various documents that have been found. We could also have tables and graphics showing how the project is mature or not regarding the good governance. Okay, let's conclude. This talk is a naive attempt to build a workable proof of concept for OSS governance assessment. Nevertheless, it works. The quality model is definitely incomplete and could obviously be enriched with new metrics, new measurement goals, new key areas of concerns, probably also better assessment tools using natural language processing and new novel technologies. We could also enrich the reports, because it's not only about providing numbers on the quality model, it's also about providing a link to the documents and providing a link to the various results that can be exploited. The result of this experience has been implemented in Alembic and is freely available online. Please check it out on https://goodgovernance.alembic.io. You can also check out the Alembic home at alembic.io. Please feel free to send any question or remark that you have. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Our next speaker, Nicolas Toussaint, Orange. Nicolas is responsible for the compliance auditing solutions that are used at Orange and its affiliates. This talk looks at how they have turned to full open source solutions to manage the complex problem of complying with open source legal constraints.
Hello everybody, welcome. In this session I'd like to talk about open source compliance and how it happens here at Orange Group as a whole. So I'll be talking about the processes we have and the tools we use here at Orange. Okay, but first, why sharing? What's the point of sharing that? Open source compliance is a fairly new and complex topic, and companies are getting organized to address the problems. And how do you tackle new problems best? Probably by internal trial and errors, but also by observing and sharing other companies' trial and errors. I found myself that reading through the group's use cases, for example, and listening to other companies' stories was a very valuable and instructive way to improve the way we do it internally. So I thought sharing this might be valuable to others. Okay, the menu is quite simple, some processes, some tooling, and a quick conclusion. Okay, so first, the processes. So across the group, we have quite a few entities carrying very different activities. So just a few examples, which the first would be the case of the mother company doing mostly internal projects and business to customer services. So they will do mostly open source publications of their internal projects. Mother entities will do more software developments for businesses. And these kind of entities will do software distributions all the time. Some others will be specialized in cloud hosting services, and of course, you'll expect them to run open source software as a service. Last example would be entities doing integration services. So these entities, they will be deploying open source software on customers' premises. And in all cases, they might be confronted to a contribution to existing open source projects of all sizes, from tiny ones to huge projects. So we have three situations here. The first is the publication. Classic. You have a new project that's your own and you want to release it under an open source license. It's also a contribution of a certain size to existing open source projects. Second will be distribution, which happens when you distribute your projects to your customer, either the binary or the source code or both. Considering the customers might in turn distribute the project to their own customers. The last one will be the patches, which is a simpler form of publication when it's just a typo or a quick fix. But of course, a lot of projects are just a mix of these situations. For example, you have a product and you want to adapt it to a customer specifically, and then it's distributed by another entity, and at the same time you want to offer the service as a software as a service. So that leads to sometimes complex situations. So how do we get organized to tackle open source usage validation? We have a network of open source referents across the group that are missioned to follow the analysis from the start to the end. We, of course, have a team of lawyers and intellectual property people specialized in open source. And we also have a team dedicated to conducting scans of the source codes for the project if needed. Okay, so what's the process? The starting point is the project requesting an audit, right? This request is assigned to an open source reference. And then we have to analyze the use case of the project. So we need to know if it's a front end, a back end, embedded, mobile, standalone software, because the licenses do not apply the same way. Of course, quite often projects are a mix of these use cases. Then the source code is scanned, and we produce a factual report that has to list all the source code that is available under an open source license. So there's no interpretation at that point. It's just a factual list. This report is analyzed with the lawyer people, the project members, and the reference. So it's analyzed with respect to the architecture of the project, the way it's distributed, how it's to be published, and so on, all the context of the project. Validation is given, or maybe not, and together with a set of recommendations. So the headers that are missing, the license text, and the about window, for example, and so on and so forth. So this is the legal validation, right? After the legal validation, the reference makes sure that all recommendations are applied. And when everything is ready, when the project assures that everything's been done, the reference can close the tickets. And at that point, the project can publish or distribute the source codes or the binaries. Right, so we need tooling to conduct the analysis because we need to analyze the source code that we want to publish or distribute. So what do we want to know? For each project, we need to have a list of the open source components that are integrated in the source codes, as well as their dependencies. Okay, for each of these components, we need the name, the version, its license, the copyrights that apply, a reference URL, and in some cases, has the component been modified by the project. Okay, when it gets a bit more complex, we also need to know about the architecture of the project, if third-party companies are involved, for example, what kind of contracts have been signed, are there any specificities, and so on. For publications, we need to assure that CLA or DCO have to be signed and make sure it's done properly. So to analyze the source code of the project without looking at the dependencies, we use extensively FOSSology. We have multiple instances across the group that are built automatically, mixing our own homegrown features with the community version. It's automatically deployed and running on Docker. So we develop our own features and push them as much as we can to the community. That works pretty well. So concerning the analysis of the dependencies, we're not so good. There are different tools that can help doing that, and the usage depends on the projects and the technologies. I can mention open source review toolkits that we can use a little bit, but nothing is automated yet or industrialized, but that will come in the future. Just a few more words about the integration of the tools to say that we plugged FOSSology to GitLab CI and Jenkins, so we can now trigger the scans automatically when the projects are built. We're also working on a new feature that would let the projects know that they pushed an open source license source code to their projects, so that they can be alerted according to the use cases I was talking about before. For example, the list of authorized licenses will be different for the projects that are more front-end software, back-end software, embedded software, etc., etc. We also work on KPIs, so we are setting up this new Grafana-based dashboards that collects metrics produced directly by FOSSology. So here we track the number of projects, we track the number of users, of groups, of file scans, the number of different licenses, and etc. This project is called FOSS-, and I guess since this is pre-recorded by the time the conference is happening, that will be available on GitHub. Okay, time for conclusion. So what can I say? It works globally. We can scan and audit the projects and verify the usage of open source. So happy, but there's lots of room for improvements, of course. What can I say? So far, we have a strong working process, dedicated reference that are able to handle the analysis from start to end. We have integrated and constantly improving tooling. Also dedicated lawyers and IP specialists that carry on the analysis. And we have a dedicated team to scanning using FOSSology and soon other tools. But of course, we need much more. We need to improve the analysis of dependencies in the project to make this very much more automatic. And we need, like most other companies, to improve an analysis of containers and when we deploy and when we distribute, for example, Docker images. That's a very trending and complex topic. Generally, we need more integration. For example, we need to integrate the tools to the ticketing system we use. We need much better KPIs, not only for FOSSology, but more globally around compliance and open source. On this topic, we're looking closely to use Bitergia's dashboards, awesome open source projects. And we also need cooperation more than ever. So participating to the open source compliance tooling group, which is where the future of compliance tooling is happening, really. And also worth mentioning the OW2 Good Governance initiative, which is just starting, but hopefully will help setting up good practices and good tooling too around open source compliance. Okay, that's the end. As a final slide, I wanted to share just a few references of what I've been talking about in this session. So the tooling group, FOSSology, ORT, and Bitergia's products to build dashboards, which is all open source. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for listening to this mumbling.
Our next speaker, Oliver Fendt, Siemens. Oliver is head of open source governance at Siemens. His talk is about the turnkey toolchain from the OpenChain project, which can be integrated into the software development CI/CD pipelines.
Welcome everybody. During the next minutes, I will give you an overview of the OpenChain reference tooling workgroup, its purpose and objectives. If you look at the open source ecosystem like a kind of meta-organization sharing the same values, you will immediately realize that the open source ecosystem is the most powerful innovation incubator of the world. No other organization, no matter whether it's a company or a foundation or anything else, counts so many smart people. So, innovation takes place in the open source ecosystem. Secondly, no organization of the world produces more software. The open source ecosystem is the largest software creator of the world. And last but not least, the open source ecosystem is the largest software supplier of the world. Companies all over the world are relying and basing their products on open source software. So, the open source ecosystem holds at least 3 world records, probably much more. I always feel annoyed when somebody says something really nice and continues the sentence with a but, immediately destroying all the nice words said before. Today I have to take this annoying role, because there is a but. The open source ecosystem lacks an integrated and automated open source compliance toolchain. This open source compliance toolchain shall consist of open source tools, and so there is a gap. There is nothing available which can be used right out of the box. So let's build such a toolchain. First of all, as already said, the open source compliance toolchain itself has to be open source. Secondly, there needs to be a project for realizing this. And last but not least, there needs to be an, in quotes, organization which runs this project. The OpenChain reference tooling working group was born to exactly address this. To be a bit more concrete, we built an open source compliance toolchain ecosystem with open source tools. Why an ecosystem? Because we are aware that there is no one-fits-all solution. We are a worldwide group addressing this problem, and so we are using existing independent tools, and thus we do not reinvent the wheel. All these tools which end up in the automated and integrated compliance toolchain ecosystem remain independent projects by itself. We provide reference workflows and allow their adoption. Also, we provide concepts and glue code to ensure easy interoperability and integration in existing environments. And finally, we provide reference turnkey toolchains that can be used without fees by anybody. We will not build a monolithic monster. We will provide the integration layers and the reference orchestration of different tools. We are aware that different organizations have different demands. Up to now, we have identified the following building blocks. On the upper left-hand side, you see the building block dependency resolver. This kind of functionality cares about dependencies of open source components, resolves these dependencies, and downloads all the dependencies. Then, you know, containers are the technology of today, but currently container compliance is a real problem, and to address this in this integrated compliance toolchain, we will go with Turn, which is also an open source tool able to determine the bill of materials of container images. Then in the lower row you have here the license and copyright scanner. These are, let's say, the integrated and fundamental things in the open source license compliance work. And you see here license classifier as a tool, or scan code, and FOSSology, which are existing open source tools which are able to determine all the licenses in open source packages and to extract the copyright notices of open source packages. Of course, you also need a component and application metadata repository. This kind of repository keeps the bill of materials of the integrated open source or third-party software of a product, and this kind of functionality is able, for example, Software 360 is able to generate automatically the open source disclosure document, or in other words, the notice file containing all open source licenses which are applicable in a certain product, as well as all the copyright notices. There are also some other tools which have such kind of functionality, like the Open Source Review Toolkit, or in short words ORT, which is also an open source project which is able to determine dependencies, to download all the source packages of the dependencies, and to start scan code, and finally to build or to produce the open source disclosure document. There's also another tool available which has this functionality, which is called Software 360, which is able to build exactly, or to produce exactly the same document. But only producing this open source disclosure document is not the entire work of obligation fulfillment. Here, Software 360 provides support in obligation fulfillment because it has a functionality where you can really see every obligation of a license and provide information how this certain project or your certain project fulfills the obligation of the different licenses. Also very nice and required in many organizations is some kind of policy checker. Some organizations might have the policy that, for example, AGPL version 3 is not allowed, and so if there's a package included in a certain project where files are licensed under AGPL version 3, it violates the policy and breaks the automatic build. This kind of functionality is realized, for example, by Software 360 Antenna. So these are, in a very, very short and rough overview, the building blocks we have identified. To summarize them, they are dependency resolver, container content resolver, binary analyzer, source code package downloader, component and application metadata repository, license metadata repository, license and copyright scanner, forensic code analysis, policy checker, obligation fulfillment, FOSS bundle generator, and also source code bundle generator, and last but not least, compliance artifact consistency. What is meant with this term? So if you, in the end, when the product and the open source disclosure document and the source code bundle is available, there could be some kind of quality gate which checks whether all these three artifacts, the product, the open source disclosure document, and the source code bundle, are consistent. And this is exactly what the compliance artifact consistency functional block realizes. So, why are we confident, we, meaning the Open Chain Reference Tooling Working Group, why are we confident to achieve this? Because we are a unique group of users, developers, compliance officers, process experts, and many more. We will realize an automated and integrated compliance tooling which easily can be used free of charge by anybody, no matter whether this is a small company, a large enterprise, a foundation, or even an open source project. This is what we do. So join us if you have the same mindset. You do not need to be an Open Chain member to participate in this project and to contribute to our effort. If you want to get in touch with us, have a look at the slide with all the information how you can get in touch with us. Copy the link, subscribe to the mailing list, share your experience, your demands, your requirements, and also your approaches in making an open source compliance tool chain existing purely of open source software happen. And finally, in a nutshell, this is what we do, and this is the overall overview of our effort. By the way, we do have bi-weekly online meetings, always on Wednesday, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Both meetings share exactly the same agenda. This we have set up in such a way because we have participants from Asia, Europe, and from the US. And in order to cope with all those different time zones, we have agreed to have two meetings. So one in the morning meeting for the early birds and our Asian collaborators, and one in the afternoon for the not so early birds and for the persons located in the United States. The invitations to these meetings are always sent to the mailing list. You are free to participate in these meetings and to also give a short presentation or an update or news, anything which is really in the scope of open source compliance tool chains consisting of open source software is of great value. So, thank you for your patience, and I'm happy to work with you in this kind of effort. Thank you.
Okay, now it's time to take a short break. Of course, the chat channels remain open. Our next speaker, Jose Manrique, Bitergia. In his talk, Manrique would like to share lessons learned from large-scale open source software development that might help companies adapt to the current difficult changes they are facing in times of COVID-19.
So, thank you very much for allowing me to present to you today in this OW2 online conferences. I think it's the second time I'm talking here, and this time is online. I hope also to join in the OW2 community meeting that is going to happen in November. Let's wish the best of all. I'm going to talk today, the topic for today's talk actually is about software development at scale, and the idea is to talk about how we kind of lessons we can learn from open source software to apply in our organization, wherever is software that's been developed, and let's see if we can be more resistant and resilient to this lockdown and pandemic situation that we could be facing in the future. As we said, that digital transformation is here to stay, and this was originally from a tweet I saw some time ago, and it was interesting to answer about who is leading the digital transformation in our companies. It has been the CEO, the CTO, or not. It has been the COVID-19 as the new reality of things we have changed, and now everybody needs to be a digital company to face all these situations. So let's back to what's digital transformation, and the thing is nobody has it very clear what it is. So I've been checking the Wikipedia. That is usually the source of information I use, and I have found that the first sentence says basically digital transformation is about using IT to solve problems. By problems I understand that is whose problems are. I understand they are basically my problems, my company problems, my customer problems, any problem or any situation I face during my lifetime is basically could be developed or solved using technology at some point. So that's the digital transformation, DX or DT situation. So how companies are adopting this digital transformation, for many of them it basically means more technology, more IT environment. Companies are becoming IT companies, or even developing or customize existing software for their own needs. So that means that IT teams are becoming more and more important for these companies. And this has been said a lot, that basically software is eating the world, and now any company is becoming an IT company, and that again means, okay, my IT team is one of my most important assets or resource in the company, so we should take care of it. So first question, how do we measure IT teams' delivery performance? How do I know that they are working, how they are working? Well, there are some set of metrics that are well known, like the delivery metrics. That is some example of metrics we are providing for some customers in our case using open source. And basically it's related with, okay, the two key aspects that are important for companies and people, that is stability. We want to release stable and good quality code. And the throughput, we want to release new features and bug fixes with a good pace, just to be sure that everything is done with enough frequency to innovate and have new features in the market. But again, the question keeps there, is basically, are these the metrics that help me retain and talent and have committed IT teams? Because here is just measuring performance. What about the people? What about the relationship of the people? And do they really help to face COVID-19 issues like burnout, stress, and all these situations? Well, the sad news is this World Economic Forum report from 2016 said that 70% of employees say they were disengaged at work, and that's a lot. So next question, how does my organization look like? Because probably the issue is there, and I have realized that many organizations look like silos. They are siloed organizations. Teams working in different business units, both geographically and even under different sectors or business sector environments. So this creates this feeling of siloed organization, and silos are quite bad for companies because they destroy trust. Basically, people who spend time with the same kind of people or the same amount of people, they start to get distrust with other people or other teams. Of course, they cut any communication because you are more easy to talk with people close to you, and that through the foster of complacency blocks any innovation in the company. So when we are looking at what open source software look like, how these projects, how they look like. Okay, first of all, they've been there for more than 20 years, working remotely and distributed, and basically distributed in the sense of diversity of people with a culture of collaboration, creating things. And here you have, for example, the Mozilla Foundation environment with all the projects there and all the people participating. And it's not only, of course, you can see the big bubbles like Firefox or MDN or Thunderbird, but you can see all of these small dots that are connecting all these projects, and are people that are collaborating in several projects at the same time. Those are creating some sort of, I would say, knowledge across all the organization, and allows the organization to innovate faster, because basically you can take the knowledge of this project and that project and build something new and innovate there. And specifically, we look at, okay, how these projects, these important projects have been before and after COVID-19. I mean, how they were 1 year ago, for example, what they were the patterns and what they look like now. If we look at the Linux kernel, we can see that basically they are performing the same in terms of patterns, that basically people is working weekly and there's the same amount of commits per week. So basically this no big change. Kubernetes, I would say, quite similar. All the projects in the Apache Software Foundation all together are performing quite similar. There are some spikes probably because specific thing, but not related with the COVID probably. Or even GitLab as an organization that is doing these GitLab EE or GitLab C projects, basically they are performing almost the same. So live rate is another example, and here I'm also comparing the time to response, something to first attention, and then you can see that the numbers are quite similar for the last 3 months or last 4 months compared with the whole last year. So again, nothing seems to have changed, just little slight changes probably in the time to start working and stuff like that. And I would say for Jitsi has been a stressful month probably because people has been a lot of interest in this tool, for example, for doing calls, and then you can see how many new issues they have been attending lately in the lower corner. But again, it seems that they are resilient at some point. So how could I apply all these open source development methods inside my company? And some people say, okay, there is something called inner source. Probably you can apply that. This is what it would be. And inner what is this inner source thing? And it was Tim O'Reilly on 2000 that coined the term inner source as to use open source development techniques within the corporation. And what does it mean? What this is about doing open source? It's about releasing code. What does it mean? So I would like to explain this through what is not an inner source from our experience and the experience we have in our company. Well, inner source is not open source. I mean, it's not releasing publicly your code under a license and creating a community, but it means transparency internally in your company. It means that you need to allow people to work in different projects inside your company. It means that people will have this kind of governance models and all this stuff. So you need to understand more or less how could be the issues to do this. Of course, it's not Agile, Scrum, or your favorite development methodology, even Waterfall. And I mean, it's not against any of them. Basically, it's something completely different, and it's more related with the culture and the values you want to build on your company. But it has also some principles related with Agile, Scrum, and things like that. Principles like culture, communication, transparency, collaboration, community, and meritocracy. And basically, you can read about them in the Apache way. That is the way Apache Software Foundation defines the culture of their projects. Of course, it's not easy. You can imagine all the situations you need to face, like, okay, what about NDAs with my employees? What about what kind of code I can show to anyone in the company? What kind of code probably is not ready for that? What is the governance model? All this stuff. How am I gonna allow people to work in different projects? How is it gonna work? And it's not easy, but there is a foundation, a community that is the Inner Source Commons Foundation. It's a European foundation that the aim is to create a body of knowledge around inner source practices. So I would recommend you to look for it because they are doing a great job. And it's not new, as I said, because the terms is from 2000, but there are companies in the foundation that are very well known, and these people are applying inner source internally. And it's not only about IT company. Well, nowadays everybody should be an IT company, but you could recognize some French, German, North American companies that are clearly not known because they are an IT company, like Leroy Merlin, I don't know, Zalando, Comcast, Bosch. They are doing quite different things there, and it's not only just code. Okay, so how do I know if any of these practices are working? If I put them in place in my company, and I will suggest, okay, let's start by something simple, like a small project. I would like to let people work on it because it's something that it would be interesting for the company. So how do I know if I'm successful? I'm sorry, my fault. I'm working on a data analytics company, and I strongly believe that without data, you are just having an opinion but not real facts. And again, we have all these metrics that we explained in the beginning about the delivery and stuff like that. So there should be something there that we can guess and we can use to know if this thing is working. Okay, for that, what we are doing usually as Bitergia with companies, friends, partners is basically applying this analytics metrics strategy. They basically start with the strategy, just understand what the goals of the company, what do we want to achieve when doing this inner source software, and then let's go to the analysis phase that we basically build the questions we want to solve. And then once we have these questions and where we can get the information from, we'll go to the customization of a data analysis tool that is free open source software, in the case of Bitergia, the one we are using. From there, we are reporting all this information to the managers and the C-level that are interested in knowing what's going on there. And related with what can be measured, okay, there are a lot of things that you can measure, but I will focus on at least the questions you can answer, like, okay, how many people are being attracted by the projects I am building in my company? How many people are starting to contribute? How these people, number of people is growing in terms of, is the company or the project growing in terms of contributors? What's the role of these contributors? Are they core developers, regular developers, casual developers? What's the level of engagement they have with the project? And again, what's the relationship, just to see if I am really breaking the silos. That was the aim of these initiatives, for sure. And there are also metrics related with the processes, like, okay, what's the engagement in terms of what's the workload that is being put there, how many commits, how many issues, how they are being solved, all these things. Of course, the life cycle of the project, is the project just active, is just declining, or is just a new project that is getting a lot of hype internally in the company? Is there fair play between the people when they are working in different teams, just how the things are being solved or deal with are being in the same way? These are metrics that I think they are interesting to have, and again, it's about how we apply them in this process I explained before. It's a cycle and a set of cycles that I am using to approach the goals of my company or my project. So this again is the way to proceed. So some conclusions just to end. Software teams are, from my point of view, one of the most valuable resources in modern organizations, and they may be measured by part of the metrics that matter. Siloed organizations block people to reach their potentials, and we need to allow free people to let them grow and give us all the potential. Open source projects seem to be resilient to this COVID-19 situation, and mainly with any of these situations. So inner source could be the path, or I think it's the path to apply open source culture inside the organization. So once we have all of this, again, we believe that data-driven data-driven inner source management is possible and reduce risk, fosters innovation, and of course fosters organization success. So that was all from my side. This is a small slide about Bitergia, what we do, and just some information about all the charts that have been shown in this talk has been done through an open source tool that you are free to use, that is called Untitled. You can go there and start playing with it. If there is any question and time for questions, let's go for it. These are my details for contact. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Toby Langle from Unlock Open. In this talk, Toby shares lessons he learned as an open source strategy consultant with clients such as Google, Microsoft, Intel, and Mozilla about open source contribution policies that make engineers' lives easier, boost morale and productivity.
Welcome everybody to this session about open source contribution policies that don't suck. My name is Toby Langell. I'm the principal at Unlock Open, a boutique consulting firm that I founded a few years ago and that focuses on helping companies and organizations with their open source strategy. I usually start this talk by asking the audience what their open source contribution policy is and whether they have one. And obviously today this is going to be a bit difficult for me to do because this is pre-recorded. So here's data that comes from a survey done in 2018 by a collaboration between the New Stack and the Linux Foundation Studio Group, asking that very same question. And surprisingly, for such a savvy group of respondents, close to half, 48% exactly, did not know whether their company actually had an open source policy or not. And that gets worse if you actually ask, segment the data and ask smaller companies, like with less than 250 employees. Of course, it gets way better and a lot more clear with companies that are large corporations with over 10,000 employees. But even then, I find it kind of surprising to figure out that a quarter of employees of those don't know whether they have an open source contribution policy or not. And it's even more concerning when you actually realize that this is a super biased sample, right? We've asked essentially developers through channels like the Linux Foundation and the New Stack, which are very open source savvy, very tech savvy. Anyway, that begs the question as to what not having an open source policy mean. And that's best answered, in my opinion, in the words of Heather Meeker, one of the most famous open source attorneys out there, who wrote, you have a policy whether it is written down or not, right? And that policy could range from no open source at all to anything goes. But what's important to know is, this policy exists in any cases, right? So we only have a good sense of what not having one means. It actually means that you have one, but that it's not done explicitly. Now let's look at what actually having a policy means. I'm sure you all felt kind of proud to know that your company did have a policy. Well, it turns out that that's a good condition, but not a sufficient one, right? You can have a policy, but this policy can be super restrictive. It can be highly bureaucratic. It can be super opaque, and none of these are fun. And so having a policy is not enough, right? You want a policy and you want a good one. And I think the best way of looking at that is to graph where you stand on a graph on which the y-axis, a 4-quadrant graph in which the y-axis goes from implicit to explicit and the x-axis from restrictive to permissive. If we place a couple of company types in there, we'll find small and medium businesses to be in the permissive but implicit sector, right? Startups will tend to be less explicit about things than the small businesses, and also less permissive, right? Which is normal because they will tend to be more product focused. Non-tech enterprise will be in the highly restrictive and generally sort of implicit quadrant, in that they will tend to just reject open source and block and not even bother writing about it anywhere. If you move to the 4th quadrant, this is where you'll find the old tech companies. Oracle would be there. Old Microsoft would be there. And if you go to the extreme top left, you will find patent trolls, right? Extremely explicit about their, what they're trying to do here, and super restrictive. And of course, the good place to be in the 1st quadrant, which is explicit and permissive. This is where you will find modern tech companies. And at the top right-hand corner, you will find trendsetters. Let's have a look at the life cycle of a company, for example, a startup. So what happens with a startup? Well, as I said, it starts to be sort of implicit and restrictive. And as it grows into a bigger company, it will bring in engineers from outside that start to work on things that are not essentially the core product anymore. For example, tooling or infrastructure, right? And these engineers will tend to be less product focused and more focused on general engineering practices and as a result, will probably have a stronger open source culture and will tend to contribute more. So whereas the policy might not really become that more explicit, it will clearly become more permissive. And then there's going to be an event in the company that is going to dramatically change the way that open source is done and perceived in the company. And that could be a merger, could be an acquisition, could be a seed round. It's an event that requires the company, the startup that has grown, to clean its house up. And for that, it's going to hire its first IP counsel, or its first counsel. And the trend here, very unfortunately, is that this will create a ton of explicitness in the company, but will add a ton of restrictions around practices. Right? This is unfortunate and all too common. And what you'd like to see instead at that point is more explicitness, absolutely, but not at the cost of permissiveness. Let's now look at old tech companies like Oracle or Microsoft from 2010 or so, right? These were restrictive, explicit companies in terms of open source. And as they sort of modernize and adopt inner source and then more open source practices and a stronger open source culture, they will make their open source policies more permissive. Now, Tech Enterprise, which now just has figured out over the last decade that it actually has to become tech or be displaced, will tend to become more explicit with their policies as they start building their engineering department and changing the engineering department's name from IT to engineering. And here again, the ideal path is not just going up; it's going in diagonal all the way to the explicit and permissive first quadrant. All right, so I think you got the message. The first quadrant, we have explicit and permissive open source policies, is usually the best place that you want to go to if you are trying to build a strong open source culture and an innovative, engineering-driven organization. All right, let's now look at what exactly is a policy that doesn't suck. And it turns out that the perspective of what that means is going to vary between engineering and legal and business. And so we're going to briefly look at each one of those. From an engineering perspective, a good policy, good open source policy, is one that is permissive, explicit, informative, and frictionless. And what do we mean by this? Well, permissive, it has to allow open source contributions to be part of day-to-day work, right? It has to allow an open source practice to be part of the engineering culture, part of the DNA of the company, right? And for that to work, it means that engineers need to be trusted and have autonomy around this. So the rules have to be explicit so that they can make the right decision when faced with, for example, wanting to or having to patch an open source project that they rely on. But a explicit open source policy by itself, isn't enough. We also want it to be as informative, right? Not only does the policy have to tell you why you're allowed, what you're allowed to do, it has to tell you why, because that helps educate engineers who are then able to make better decisions next time, and bring that knowledge into their decision-making process around, architecture, for example. What project should we use? Knowing whether or not we'll be allowed to patch it is an important decision for an engineering team to be able to make. Lastly, of course, you want everything to be as frictionless as possible, right? Avoid red tape, back and forth over email with legal. Just make it dead easy and super fast for engineering to get an answer. Can I use this, or do I need to rely on something else? From a legal perspective, things are a bit different. What is legal trying to do? Well, essentially, they want to minimize risk, right? What that means depends on the project, and the company, right? But common concerns are giving away competitive advantage, giving away IP that can be used defensively, right, or even offensively, avoid reputational damages, accidentally infringing on the copyright of someone else by including, a copyrighted image, for example, in a repository that you open source. The second aspect that a company's legal team will care about is that it is consistently followed across the company, right? There is nothing worse than having a number of contributors be following the policy in one part of the organization and another set doing something completely different somewhere else, right? So what you want is to know what's going on so that you avoid compliance issues and the risks mentioned above. As a legal team, you'll probably want to be savvy about written information. So, some of the things you'll want to have in written, for example, to have a paper trail for compliance reasons, and others you want, for example, to avoid tripling damages for patent infringements. And I think most importantly of all, what a legal department will want is to avoid drowning critical problems in a sea of menial issues, right? Some licenses can kill your business, right? If you realize suddenly that your whole business is based on a copyleft license, it's a critical piece of the software you're relying on, and you're selling a software and you want to do on-premise, well, you have a really, really big problem that you have to solve suddenly, right? And you don't want to be focusing on answering 25 questions about permissive licenses that your developers are using for a tool and lose sight of the critical problem of a more complex license in a key part of your business. What does business want? Well, it wants essentially engineering to be happy, productive, and innovative. It wants the risks to be minimized and well understood. It wants good communication between the different organizations, especially legal and engineering in that case, because good communication is always better than no communication or bad communication. And of course, it wants the open source policy to be aligned with business goals. Why is this so difficult? Well, because at the heart of all of this conversation is a huge tension between legal that wants to minimize risk and engineering that wants to maximize velocity, right? Legal that has an oral culture, engineering that has a written and asynchronous culture. Legal that tends to follow a manager's schedule, whereas engineering tends to be on the maker's schedule. Legal that has more of a spectrum thinking, right? In law, everything is in the gray area. It's never yes or no, right? And that, is a real distinction with sort of the very binary thinking they often see in engineering. And lastly, legal's role is conservative, whereas engineering is innovative. And so how do you make these two really conflicting cultures come to agreement? Well, first of all, you have to acknowledge that this tension is normal, right? It's checks and balances. It's great to have these two in your organization. You need these two. You need these two different perspectives. They help drive your business in the right direction. And so, as a leader, as an organization leader, what you want is to listen to both sides. You want to remind both sides that their role is to achieve common business goals. Legal's role is to minimize risk, sure, but that cannot be at the expense of innovation. Likewise, engineering's needs can't be fulfilled at the expenses of the company's survival. So what you want to do here is really find a common ground, and a good policy would actually improve the life of both sides. And lastly, I think you have to also really understand that your policy has to be aligned with business goals. You can't have a very permissive policy if you're essentially a patent troll. That doesn't make any sense, right? And your engineering department has to understand that. This is the company that they have signed up for. And lastly, as part of that, you have to understand that your policy will change with your business. If you are a startup and you end up an incumbent, 2 decades afterwards, well, your open source policy will have seen many, many revisions and will be really, really different from what it was 2 years in, 5 years in, 10 years in, etc. So what is an open source policy really about? Well, it's essentially about two things. It's essentially about using open source and about contributing back to open source, right? Open source that comes into the company, open source that is produced by the company. Let's have a quick look at using open source first. So it turns out that we've been using open source for over 2 decades at this point, and so it's a well understood problem, which is essentially about using software with licenses that are compatible with your current business model, but also your future business model, right? What might work now as a SaaS, for example, might not when you want to do on-premise in the future. So think about that. And then the second key aspect of using open source, of course, is making sure that you comply with the licenses that you've chosen. Outside of that, there's not much to it really. And so I don't really want to spend more time here because the really interesting, the really valuable part of a policy from my perspective today is the part that lets your engineers contribute to open source. So let's dig into that a bit. And real quickly, we noticed that it's actually way more complicated than we initially thought. As a start, we have to make a distinction between contributions that are made at work as part of your job and those that are made outside of work. Let's start with those. And here, this is another question that I often ask my audience, which is whether the contributions that you make to open source in your free time are actually yours to make. Can you actually do that? And you'll get a whole bunch of different answers when you ask that question. They usually fall into those 4 different categories, which are, yes, I may, but I must ask for permission. Yes, I can, and I do not have to ask for permission. I don't know, and no. There was a study that was done by GitHub in 2017, which asked a similar question to contributors of their open source projects. And it turned out that a good 50% had really open and permissive contribution policies, and they were basically allowed to contribute to open source as they wanted to. Much more concerning, however, was the fact that 37%, like more than a third of contributors, actually didn't know whether they were allowed to contribute or no, right? And think again that this is a super biased sample. It's actually folks really already contributing to open source projects on GitHub with an open source license, right? And even, despite that bias, well, it turns out that, some folks really weren't sure whether they were allowed to do that or not. And that begs the question, why is there so much confusion about this? Right, and it turns out that this really depends on the jurisdiction. In France, it's going to be different than it is in Switzerland. It's going to be different than it is in the US, right? And in the USA, it turns out that a lot of companies own their employees' production 24/7. This is not the case in every state. However, for example, in California, IP developed outside of work belongs to employees unless it's on company equipment, and was pretty much every engineer in Silicon Valley using a company-issued laptop. You can imagine that this is still very commonly a problem, right? And of course, like the consequence of that this makes it way more difficult for employees to contribute to open source. So the common solution to that is to get employees to ask for permission. And most companies have a process for this. The problem is that process will tend to focus on releasing open source software or working on a limited set of pre-approved projects. As soon as you want to contribute to or to work with bigger projects like Node.js, for example, which rely on so many small modules, so many separate dependencies, this whole process tends to break down really, really quickly. So there's a better solution to that, which is called BEPA, for Balanced Employee IP Agreement. There's the whole text on GitHub. It's a project that was created by GitHub, actually, based on its own IP agreement. And it has really restricted ways in which IP created by engineers belong to the company. Basically, unless you were purposefully building something for the company or that relates to the company's business, then the project is yours, and that makes it really easy for you to contribute to open source on your own time. All right, let's dig into contributing at work now. Right away, we see here more complexity, because contributing at work can be split up into 2 different parts, one which focuses on releasing new open source software, and the other one which is commonly referred to as patching, i.e. contributing upstreaming bug fixes. Let's look at releasing software first. What you want to do here is, first of all, you want to distinguish large open source projects that you want to promote and organize and get approval around from smaller day-to-day modules. Like one of the rules, for example, that Google uses for this is to say, you don't really need to get legal approval if you're releasing something that has less than 100 lines of code. For larger projects, what you want to offer are well-oiled and well-documented processes, checklists, templates, toolings, etc. Right? You'll find a ton of really good advice on the To-Do Group's GitHub account and the policies repository. There's great stuff there. Use it. Thirdly, what you want to do is actually offer help to engineers doing the work. Guide them around your process. Make sure it's easy for them. Learn from the friction points and improve it. And lastly, one of the things that you can do instead is to promote working in the open from the get-go, right? It is way, way, way easier to open source a project that is an empty repository than to open source a project that has had thousands of commits from hundreds of different engineers internally. So that's something that you want to consider. And also, it is way easier to build a community around it. All right, so we looked at releasing. Let's look at patching now. So this is by far the most common activity that an engineer in 2020 and beyond will do, and it is the most important one. That is what makes them part of the broader open source community. This experience must be as frictionless and as easy as possible, right? So what you want to do, you want to surface the process by which decisions are made, right? And trust engineers to do the right thing. Again, make it easy for them to know what they're allowed to do and trust that they will do the right thing. This lets legal focus on the difficult cases, as I mentioned before, right? And of course, once you make decisions, you want to cache those. You can even cache them up front, right? But you want to make it, you want to build a prove and deny lists so that, every time someone comes up with more questions, wants to work on a new project, you know what to answer them more quickly because you've done that already and you've done the due diligence. So today we'll look at what an open source contribution policy looks like, right? It's split up into using open source, a well-understood problem, and actually contributing to open source, which itself has outside of work contributions and contributions on the job, which again can be split up between releasing and patching. So that's it? Well, not really. It turns out that you can actually create applications or services out of your policies, right? And make everyone's life way easier in the process. So that allows you to automatically approve requests that meets pre-established guidelines, right? So for example, let's say that you want to approve your engineers to work on anything that has an MIT license and that is on GitHub, right? So you could just have that as a policy in your service. You don't even have to have your legal team look at it anymore, right? That also allows you to automatically reject requests that don't meet your criteria. And if you do that, you want to make sure that you have a way to allow motivated appeal so that your team can go to your legal department and say, well, listen, I know that you have a policy against GPL, for example, but in that particular case, it makes sense. Here's why. Right? And then you want to manually handle all of the other requests that don't meet the block or allow lists. And you want to cache those decisions so you can get more automation over time. Adobe did that a couple of years ago, right? And that allowed them to shorten their review time from basically a week to half a day for all new requests that were not cached, right? And after a few weeks, I think over 95% of requests were cached, and the answer was immediate. And what's really, really interesting about turning your policy into an app or service is that you start to collect data about what your developers and engineers are working on, right? And this helps you understand your open source activity better. It helps you promote it. It helps you connect engineers that are contributing to similar projects, but that don't know that that's what they're doing, right? So there are tons of benefits to this. Please feel free to reach out if you want help setting something like that up or discussing that. I think it's a fascinating topic, and I'd love to help folks get better systems here that simplify their engineer's life, simplify their legal team's life, and make everyone happier and make it easier for their companies to contribute to open source. All right, and with that, I'm done with my talk here. If you have questions, please feel free to email me at toby@unlockopen.com. I'm happy to help you out. Thank you so much for your time and your attention. Bye-bye.
Our next speaker is Gilles Viton, Orange. Gilles is the head of Community Open Source Program at Orange. His talk is about organization, KPIs, contracting for support and expertise, both internal and external, and contributing back to the ecosystem.
Hello, I am Gilles Viton, Head of Community Open Source Program at Orange France. I am very happy to be with you today at OW2Con to share our community open source strategy. Why I am talking about community open source program only? Because in terms of Orange France internal organization, we decided that open source software with subscription is handled by the software asset manager team because the economic model of open source with subscription is nearer to proprietary software ones. The software asset manager and me are co-leading the software acquisition policy. I'm talking about methodology to choose and acquire a software, not a technical prescription. The unique common guidance for this software acquisition policy in one sentence is community open source first. So I'm here today to share with you how we built our strategy at Orange France to accelerate community open source adoption. This program and its Orange France governance was launched in 2017. There were already an open source governance at Orange Group level since 2012 to help and support each entity towards open source. We decided to create this program at Orange France to accelerate deployment nearer from Orange France people. I am full-time dedicated to this job, and to support me in this program, I set up an internal network of 20 relais in most of our departments. Thanks a lot to all of them for their everyday big support in this program. Orange France is a telco operator, so the need for industrialized solutions faced to the number of customers is critical and compulsory. Talking about industrialization with community open source scares people. Why? First point is cliché and fears linked to open source itself. It is new and unknown for us to be used so widely. And that generates a lot of well-known clichés about community open source, like if it is for free, so it is not industrialized, and it is not supported, and we can't afford to choose software only supported by the community. As you see, well-known cliché. We will see how we started to collaborate with the global ecosystem of community open source as a modest try of open innovation with partnership. Second cliché is about proprietary software. People compare open source to proprietary software as it is what they know. And they forget limits of proprietary software. For example, the support, which is limited to the two last major versions of the software in general. So we remember them difficulties and show them that the big majority of these limits, like this one, does not exist on community open source. As you see, going to open source is a transforming program on vision and relationship with actors of open source ecosystem, and we are piloting it as a pure change management program. Some projects were already using open source before this program was created. It is the case for our project which uses Cacti that was presented yesterday at OW2Con. So to generalize projects using open source, we would be able just to order to other projects, do it, like the other, and that's it. But if we don't try to understand the problems made by this project that did not go on open source, it is lost. So discussing with those projects, we identified what is their need specifically on two neuralgic points. First point is lack of support and expertise for operations. Second point is lack of means to study open source. In details for the study, there were three lacks. First is on lack of skill and experts. We don't have enough internally, even if we have a lot of experts. Lack of time, one more scenario to be studied, as they often still continue to study also the scenario based on proprietary software. Or because the open source scenario, even if it's the unique one studied, is like every new scenario, a bit more time consuming at the beginning. And last lack of budget, for the same reason than lack of time, more time needed equal more budget needed. Conclusion, a lot of points on study topic as you see. So what did we do on these two neuralgic points? We set up the following solution to cover these needs. For lack of support and expertise for operations, we decided to generalize on specific tools a strategy of partnerships with external companies. This is a modest try of open innovation that is at the heart of our strategy to accelerate open source adoption. I am going to detail it in the following slides. For the lack of skills, expert, and also the lack of time, we built two expert pools, one internal and one external with Atos Smile to be able to study open source scenarios. For the third one, lack of budget, we set up just a dedicated budget. This budget is also available for projects that study open source by themselves. These solutions are neuralgic, as after study, it could take several years before a next reshaping opportunity is coming. So it was only after putting these new means that we were able to ask open source scenario study is compulsory for all projects. In other words, when project does not choose an open source scenario, they have to give the reasons why they did not choose open source. So now community open source is the norm for us. But it is not enough. We discovered two other struggling problems during the program. First one we met is compliance between our existing infrastructure tools with other open source tools. The number of tools industrialized on our infrastructure layer is limited. We can't afford industrialization of operation and run if we let it free of choice. For example, we had one operating system for server and 3 relational databases, including 2 open source ones. Some community open source tools were not packaged for our operating system, and for our 2 open source relational databases, they were not enough integrated in our information system, for example, to support big volumes. So we implemented all evolution to improve all these points. Second problem was once we have identified an interesting partner, how to make it match with our procurement and budget processes. For procurement, the solution was done nearly from the beginning of the program with one person from procurement department, who is in the relay network of our community open source program, to understand our needs and to facilitate contracting. So I'm taking the opportunity with this conference to thank Jean-Philippe Passier with this procurement guy, very, very precious. For the budget process, the economic model we have with partners of open source ecosystem is based on services. So normally, it is what we call integrator budget. Instead of this, we naturally thought that this budget should be included in the SAM budget, Software Asset Manager budget, that usually includes only licenses. Why? It's because integration normally is for one project. Here, with this kind of partnership for support and expertise, projects that we take services are not necessarily known before. So no project accepts to be charged for that. So this is the first point. The second point is that as development concerns the software, it will be reversed to the community by the partner. So it is not like integrator, for which the development made is the exclusive property of Orange. So once we prove it is to be included in the licenses budget, the central controlling at Orange France created and added a new analytical accountancy code into the licenses once to normalize this situation. Now, talking about benefits and results. So for sure, there are financial savings, but benefits are much more wider, and that's what I want to focus on here. Typically, a key enabler of open source is the opportunity to customize the solution without risks of regression on our application when upgrading. This risk is limited as we can reverse evolutions to the community thanks to our partner if this evolution is relevant to be reversed. Solution fits better to our business needs, so our internal customer can be more innovative, can keep its imagination, and this contributes to offer a better customer experience to our final customers in the long term. We already shared 2 examples of this with last year OW2online chatbot with our partner Rasa, and this year on geographical information system with Auslandia that took place yesterday. And we expect to share other in the future. Second point is time to market. So time to market is quicker as upgrading skill is quicker with the partner. In terms of productivity, Orange engineers' skills are optimized. For example, they don't waste their time trying to forecast the good number of licenses to be purchased at each new release of their project. And another productivity benefit is the efficiency thanks to transparent, constructive, and collaborative relationship with this partnership relationship. For example, asking for a new feature is open and possible. For example, on QGIS servers, the Dockerization we ask and pay for to Auslandia, and Auslandia reverse it to the QGIS community. All of this for what concrete results on our open source adoption in our information system. So to measure this, we set up 2 KPIs. One to measure is the project studied open source, and another one to measure their final choice after studying open source. So the study rate is 85%. It is to be better in the near future as it should be nearer to 100%. And for the final choice rate is more than 75%, precisely at 76 in 2019. It has increased since 2018 and is still increasing thanks to the means deployed from the beginning. So last point and conclusion is that the foundation of our strategy from the beginning of the program 3 years ago was to build a win-win partnership relationship that sustain open source ecosystem. So it was inspired by articles about open innovation explaining that open source software domain is the best example of open innovation and describing this way of working. It is important to Orange France because ensuring the sustainability of open source is vital for its community open source strategy. We have a lot of skills on open source internally, but we can't have developers, even committers in all domains. So the strategy is to work hand in hand, like in partnership with our partner, and it is what I called before a modest try of open innovation. So that gives a first bullet, which is this indirect way of contributing to communities. That is the basis. It is not a step. It is really the central point of our strategy. This partnership contract contributes to sustain expert skills and the relative communities. And sharing together our common success stories is the way we choose to promote our partners and encourage the use of open source we use. It is neuralgic as economic sustainability will occur with the increase of the use of the community open source software we use ourselves and the increase of similar partnership for our partners. So here is the list of our partners today. A big up and warm thank you to all of them for our constructive and fruitful collaborations that yield on very positive results. So that is for the partnership part. We are also active member of TOSIT organization. TOSIT means the open source I trust. TOSIT is an organization grouping several big French companies and public administration. So the objectives of TOSIT member are to use more and more open source, to collaborate on open source solution between members and with open source ecosystem, and if necessary, to launch a new open source field if necessary. Last point, Orange France became part of the strategic membership at OW2 since last year. Foundations like OW2 are essential in the ecosystem to promote and structure open source. I think about the good governance initiative field developed by OW2, for example, but also to the support to all software members at OW2. A warm thank you to them for organizing again this event this year, despite this difficult context. And thank you very much for your attention and good OW2Con to all of you. Bye bye.
The next speaker is Gabriel Kouébin from the Free Software Foundation Europe. Gabriel is a legal coordinator with the FSFE. His talk is about best practices, but also deviations in licensing software, and about displaying copyright and licensing information.
Hello everybody. To give you an introduction, my name is Gabriel and I am the legal coordinator at the Free Software Foundation Europe, or the FSFE for short, here in Berlin in Germany. So I'm not a developer, I'm a lawyer. My interest when working with free software is to try to ensure that the rights of individuals, both developers and users, are upheld when they participate in a digital society. We think that the best way to achieve this is to use free software, which promises access, transparency, and cooperation in digital tools that we all have to use to participate in society today. So to that end, I'm here to talk about the next generation internet, also known as the NGI initiative. Now, this is a project launched by the European Commission that aims to shape what the internet will be in the coming years. Now, what exactly does this mean? So essentially, it means that the internet must be a platform that embodies values that we hold dear in a free and open society. These are values such as openness, inclusivity, transparency, privacy, cooperation, and security, such as the protection of data. The idea is that with these values in place, the internet can be a platform that supports human rights, democracy, and a more progressive and enlightened society. I think that these are very lofty goals indeed that we should all aspire to when we develop digital technology. So how does the NGI initiative intend to do this? The idea is to provide assistance to individual researchers and developers who are working on new technologies or software projects that have the potential to contribute to the values of this new internet. Now, this comes in the form of both financial assistance and technical assistance. At the end of the involvement with NGI, the software will be made available as free software. So, in order to provide this assistance, the NGI initiative has set up NGI Zero. Now, NGI Zero is basically a consortium of about 13 NGOs, of which FSFE is a member. Now, these organizations are focused on various topics, such as security, translations, inclusivity, etc., etc. They will advise each successful applicant project on their topic of expertise to improve the project's technical proficiency in that area. So there are currently two actions in NGI Zero, nicknamed PET and Discovery. Now, the NGI Zero Privacy and Trust Enhancing Technologies, known as NGI Zero PET, assist projects that are developing privacy and trust enhancing technologies. I'll give you an example of a successful applicant to the PET program. We have an app called Briar involved. Now, Briar is a secure messaging app designed with activists, journalists, civil society groups, and also persecuted minorities in mind. Now, these groups of people often disengage with some aspects of digital connectivity in modern life in order to avoid intimidation, retribution, surveillance, and other types of dangers. So Briar is a dedicated communication tool that helps these people, that allows for people like this to relay encrypted messages that are synchronized directly between user devices. This protects users and their relationships from surveillance, and Briar is currently receiving assistance through the NGI initiative. The NGI Search and Discovery program, or NGI Zero Discover, will assist software projects that enhance user access to search for and to discover information on the internet. So I'll give you an example of a software project involved here called Plaudit. Now, we tend to have limited access to papers and academic articles from universities. Access to scientific research tends to be limited. Now, this should not be the case, especially when these universities are supported with public tax money. So Plaudit is a tool that allows the academic community to endorse valuable and important research. It makes these endorsements available as open data. So users of Plaudit, users of this tool, can more easily discover and disseminate scientific and academic knowledge. So how does it work for a developer then? Now, what happens is, if you are a developer of a new piece of software that can fit into the requirements of the PET or discovery programs, then you can apply to join. Now, every 2 months, the programs will evaluate the applications and accept a new batch of approved software projects. If your project is accepted, then you qualify to receive funding as well as assistance from the NGI0 consortium. Now, when I say every 2 months, the programs will evaluate the applications. That means that the next deadline for the current call for projects is on the 1st of June 2020. And if you miss that deadline, don't panic, because there will be another call, the deadline of which will be 1st of August 2020. Now, what do you get from the FSFE then? For the FSFE, our involvement is basically to provide assistance with free software licenses. In particular, we want to make sure that for all the successful applicants to the PET or discovery programs, firstly, their license information is accurate, and secondly, that they are presented in a manner that is in accordance with best practices. And for us, this is established with the FSFE's Reuse initiative. Now, to help ensure that license information is accurately presented and that the licenses within a project are compatible, we want to help educate developers about free software legal and licensing issues. In order to accomplish this, we have developed a series of FAQs on the basics of free software legal and licensing issues. These are not only available for the project participants, but also to the public at large. So if any of you have an interest in reading up on legal issues related to free software, you can visit download.fsfe.org/NGI0 and download our documents for reading. Now, these documents will explain to you the concepts of copyright, the rights that you have when you own a copyright over a piece of code or software, how developers can license their software, and the kind of obligations that come with that. Now, a little word of warning. We are currently in the middle of cleaning up these documents, and we are still doing some edits on them. So there might be times when either the page is down or the documents are not available for viewing temporarily. If so, then apologies in advance, but please do be patient and they'll be up and running well soon enough. Reuse compliance. Now, another thing that we will do is to check for reuse compliance. Or what this means is that we check that your license and copyright information is displayed in accordance with best practices. Now, Reuse is an FSFE initiative. What it does is to spread awareness of best practices for how to display your license and copyright information in free software projects. One problem that can happen with free software projects is that when people want to reuse elements of free software and to incorporate it into their own projects, they don't include the copyright and licensing information in their repositories, or it's not very easy to find. The urge to find a standardized solution for this problem was the impetus to create the Reuse initiative. It's to ensure that you can easily find out what license a file is licensed under and who owns the copyright. So Reuse has a linter tool which you can run in your repositories to make sure that your license information is properly displayed. Now, if you're involved in the NGI0 program, we will help you run this linter tool on all the projects to check if they are adopting these best practices, and then we will make recommendations on how each project can improve. So yes, get involved and apply. If you are currently working on a software project that fits these criteria, that fits the criteria of the next generation internet and that fits into either the PET or the Discovery program, then please do apply. Or if you know of any developers who are currently working on software that fits the profiles of one of these programs, then please do encourage them to apply as well. So please help us spread word about this opportunity for funding and technical assistance, and help developers get the help that they need to develop their software to the fullest potential. So thank you all for your attention, and please feel free to email me your questions about the NGI initiative directly.
Our next speaker, Gaël Blondel, the Eclipse Foundation. Gaël is Managing Director of the Eclipse Foundation Europe. His talk explores some of the Eclipse projects that contribute to the broader ecosystem of complementary tools that companies use to implement good open source governance.
Good morning. I'm Gaël Blondel. I'm managing the European activities of the Eclipse Foundation, and I'm VP Ecosystem Development at the Eclipse Foundation. Thanks to my colleague Sharon Corbett, our manager on intellectual property, who was instrumental in preparing this presentation. Let's jump into what we do at the Eclipse Foundation in terms of IP management. Since the inception of the Eclipse Foundation in 2004, IP management is really one of our core services. Our main goal is to allow adopters to use source code downloaded from the Eclipse servers in their commercial context, including in their products. That relies on a rigorous due diligence process that checks both project code written by committers and contributors, as well as third-party libraries. And of course, this process involves several legal documents, including the IP policy and several legal agreements for committers, etc. I will not describe that in details now, but you should know that it's well documented and that you can access all the documentation on the Eclipse servers and wiki. What I want to discuss more is that in the last 12 months, we have improved our process to make it more agile and to still focus on the risks induced by bad open source compliance. But the point is that previously we could not support agile development processes because the full due diligence process was too lengthy to give an answer to the developers, and they had to go through this full due diligence process before they got in order to get the green light to use a third-party library, for example. So we were, to some extent, a blocker in their workflow. Now we have a more lightweight and automated process, and also we allow faster project velocity, and everybody is happy that we managed to reduce all the administrative stuff. How does it work? So first, the point here is the focus on third-party libraries. And in terms of third-party libraries, we want to check the compliance, the license compliance of those third-party libraries. So we have identified a whitelist of licenses that can be safely integrated in Eclipse projects. And this list has been approved by the Eclipse Board of Directors. And we provide to projects the capability to self-validate their IP during their development process. And so they can include new third party in their development, and they don't need to go through the IP process to do that. But when they want to do a formal release, then they need to go through a full IP clearance process. So that really, we are not in the middle of the development process, but we put the focus on the release, because that's when we know that projects will create artifacts that will be redistributed by adopters. So that's when it's more important to check IP. Also, something new is that in addition to our IPzilla database, I'll come back to that, we use more sources of licensing information, and that's what's described on this slide. So IPzilla, first, that's our own database with more than 20,000 records. That started back in 2004, and that contains the whole history of third-party dependencies analysis from the beginning. But in addition to this database, we also use Clearly Defined, which is an OSI initiative. So Clearly Defined works by collecting license information from different means like Maven, NPM, etc., and using a curation process with crowdsourcing to make sure that this data can be trusted. And the Eclipse Foundation is a proud contributor to Clearly Defined, especially in the context of the curation process. In order to apply those source of informations, we created a specific command line interface tool that is available on GitHub under the Eclipse public license. And what this tool does is that in input, it takes a description of your dependency graph, typically the output of Maven dependency plugin, and it will check for each dependency. It will check the license information available in IPzilla, available in Clearly Defined, and in this case, we accept only when the score is more than 75. And if the dependency license is part of the whitelist approved by the board of directors. And if everything is okay, then that's okay. The compliance has been checked automatically, and in some cases can be checked fully automatically. If there is some unresolved license information or some of the dependencies come with a restricted usage, which is defined in our rules, like, okay, this component has a dependency, has a license that you cannot use it in case of redistribution, but for example, you can use it for testing. So if this is the case, then the Eclipse IP team will go through the list and check it. And in their due diligence tasks, they use some tools like scan code and FOSSology, and that's typically when they use Clearly Defined or contribute to Clearly Defined. So just to conclude on this topic, I will say that there are some best practices in terms of open source project management, and license compliance is mandatory. That's really something that must be at the core, a core concern for open source project leaders. And from our perception, that's really a collaboration between the Eclipse Foundation staff and the Eclipse project committers. What you need to do in order to manage that is you need to know your bill of material. So you need to create your bill of material to identify all the dependencies, and also to maintain this bill of material. And also you need to document license information. So using SPDX, using license headers, copyright and license headers, using copyright and license files in repositories. Finally, I mentioned Clearly Defined several times. We all believe at the Eclipse Foundation that it's a great initiative because that makes the world more trustable for the greater open source community in terms of licensing information. You know where to find it, and you know the level of trust you can expect. As a conclusion, I would like to say that, yes, open source compliance is one of our core services and one of our duties at the Eclipse Foundation, but we also host some interesting projects related to open source compliance. I would like to mention Software 360, which provides a 360 vision around your software and provides the capabilities to manage a catalog of your own projects with your bill of material and the licenses, and to identify license compliance issues. Software 360 Antenna, which puts it in the continuous integration toolchain, so that the developers know sooner rather than later if they introduce some issues in terms of compliance in the process. So Eclipse Software 360 was started by Siemens, and Bosch is now one of the contributors. And Software 360 Antenna was started by Bosch. And the last project is Eclipse Steady from SAP, which has a focus on open source software vulnerabilities. So it will tell you in all your dependencies which one are known to bring you some security vulnerabilities. And in addition to that, it will also tell you how to fix those vulnerabilities, because they identify which commit fixed the security issue. So they can tell you that if you move to the next version, then it should solve the issue. So that's 3 interesting projects you can try. And thank you for listening. I think that open source governance is a key component of open source adoption. That's a topic on which we are proud of what we do to support our projects at the Eclipse Foundation. And that's also a topic about which we think that we need to collaborate with other foundations. And especially OW2 created the open source governance initiative some time ago. And OW2Con is now an important meeting of the open source governance community. So that's why I wanted to support this year edition and to be here for this talk. Thank you.
And so here we are, the end of OW2online 20. With 35 presentations, speakers representing 13 nationalities, I like to think of this event as an expression of the European open source ecosystem. I want to thank our sponsors, Orange, Software Heritage, Engineering, the Funding Box, the Eclipse Foundation, and Bluemind and Microsoft. We appreciate your support and your trust, and this means a lot to us. Now, I must thank the team. Above all, the team at OW2 has been wonderful. We've been working a lot during lockdown time to prepare this event, and it's been a new experience for us. So I want to thank Antoine Mautier, our new CTO, and Martin Amand, our sysadmin, who put together the platform. Thank you, Olivier Lizuna, our graphic designer, for putting up all the web pages and doing all the video editing. Thank you, Pierre-Yves Gibello, for the quality control and monitoring the chat. And thank you, Catherine Noël, Olivier Bouzereau, and Lakshmi Ramagopalan for all the work in managing the speakers, managing the sponsors, and doing the communication. So hard work, as I said, but also a great experience. I want to thank the developers of all the amazing software, the amazing open source software that made OW2online possible. KDN Live, which we use for all the video editing. OBS, we use for the video recording and the streaming. Rocket Chat, we use for the front end of the conference and displaying the presentations and the chats. Pre-talks that we use for the program, for managing the program. The web pages were done with XWiki. And of course, the broadcast was done through YouTube, YouTube Live. So thank you to all these developers. Thank you also to all the speakers. 40 speakers. 40 speakers who complied with our requirements, who adapted to the new process. I know it's been challenging for many of you, so thank you very much. Your interest, your support, that has been one of the great satisfactions in preparing the event. And of course now, thank you to the attendees. Without the attendees, without you, the attendees, there would be no event, no conference, virtual or not. Your interest in the event and your messages, your support messages, even long before the event, that has been the greatest reward for us. Now we do hope to see you again, in person this time. The next stage is the OW2 Community Day on November the 3rd. So save the date. It will be a festive event with plenty of time for informal conversation. And in the meantime, check out our activities, our project, our initiatives. Everything we do at OW2 is a co-production with our members and supporters. So with that, thank you again. Take care. Bye-bye.